Who remember that? Anyone in online, tell me the example question which I gave in end of the last class. මතක නැද්ද?
No, sir.
Okay. I'm not really unhappy about. I'm really unhappy about that. Huh? Anyway, we are running. We are learning law, nothing else. මතකයිද කිව්වේ? වෙලාවටම ෆොටෝ එක Ahmed, still you are sleeping? Right. I give you an example question. That is X Private Limited. What is the importance of the private limited? What is the importance of the saying private limited? Of course. Difference between Simon Kadey and private limited. The difference between Simon Kadey and private limited. In Simon Kadey, Simon is there. Is beyond the, it's not limited. Limited, but in case of private limited, there's a huge liability. And it is registered under the Companies Act in Sri Lanka. Right? And I told you, there's a person called Silva. Another person, Sunita, and Kanti, and Sampath. Silva is the supplies manager. Supplies manager. Sunita is the main supplier. Kanti, telephone operator. Sampath, accountant. Now the important thing is Sheila is still on probation. And Kanti, seasonal employee. Sampath, fixed term. For the people joining today, for the benefit of people joining today, I'm quickly briefing. What do you mean permanent, probation? Really, I explained it last day with the quick lot of examples and also latest judgment in the Court of Appeal, which was delivered in last December, saying probationer is the also employee who is having a employee-employee relationship. You can't kick off the probationer even during the probation period. And there is another type of employment, seasonal. I explained last session. It is for only some season. And also fixed term. It is very simply from the meaning you can understand, term is fixed. I explained a lot in last session, but today there is no time to explain about that. Today I'm coming with a different angle using these people, right? Now tell me the difference between, now situation is this. Silva's husband, wife is Sunita. Right? Sunita supplies meals, that means lunch and dinner for the ex-private limited. Suddenly, big percentage of the employees sick and admitted to hospital. The hospital report says it is due to food poison. What the management did, immediately stop the Sunita supplies and also terminate the Silva because he is under probation. Without inquiry, without notice, terminate. And they said Sunita as a telephone operator, and he's the one paying money for supplies. The company management position, not my position. Company management position is all four are liable for this incident, which caused severe damage for the company staff. Right? Now tell me the difference between Silva and Sunita. They are husband and wife for the home. But for the ex-private limited, it is immaterial. Right? For the ex-private limited, husband and wife, it's a immaterial. For the company, what is the difference between Silva and Sunita?
Silva is a permanent employee who's serving the position of the union. Sunita is an independent contractor.
Yes. In case of liabilities, okay, I'm asking a question like that. Now, if Silva wants to stay in home tomorrow, what he should do? Tomorrow is a working day.
Apply leave and get it done.
He has to get the approved leave and he stay in home. But if Sunita wants to stay in home tomorrow, simply she can send the meal packets with her driver. Or even his husband, because husband is in the workplace, right? Sunita wants to take the leave from the company.
No.
No.
As per the contract,
Right.
he agreed. Yeah.
So that is the difference between Sunita and Silva, because Silva is an employee, right? He is having an employer-employee relationship. Because of that, he is having a contract. Please understand this word is very clearly. Contract of service. Right? Silva having an agreement, that is contract of service. Contract of service means it is the It is an agreement between employee and employer. Employee and employer. Right? Contract of service. මම ගිය සතියේ කිව්වා once there is a contract of service, what is the huge important thing? He is covered under all labor law. He is covered under all labor law. And if something happens, there are places, labor department, labor tribunal, all government places can't protect you. Right? This is legislation. This is organization. This is local, and not only that, ILO, international. Right? All legal bodies and organizations, legislations for him. Because he is having a contract of service, that means he is having an employer-employee relationship which covered under labor law. Although he is also having agreement, it's a different thing. But not like civil agreement. මම කියවනේ අර අසාධ සහතිකේ වයලේට් කරොත් එක පාර්ශවයක් ඔයා තනියෙන් ගිහිල්ලා ප්‍රශ්න විසඳ ගන්න ඕන. ඔයාට උදව් කරන්න යාළුවෙක් ඥාතියෙක් එන්න ඉඩ තියෙනවා. නාවේ නැතොත් කරන්න දෙයක් නැහැ. If you have a violation of civil agreement, you yourself have to handle the situation. Sometimes your friends or relation may come. If not come, nothing to do. But this is different. This is different. You are under labor law. Therefore, various legislation and also government organization, not only national, in international level, there are organizations regarding this person. Regarding this relationship, I can't say person, for this relationship. But there is an agreement. It's also agreement. Right? But this person, Sunita, also having an agreement. That is also between Sunita and company. But we are not using the word of employer. We are not using that word. For here we are using those two words. Right? Sunita having a contract for service. That is the huge difference. Contract for service. Right? Then that's also an agreement. Silver and company also having an agreement. Here also having an agreement. But this agreement covers only civil law. Civil law, if something happened, she can go to DC. DC කියන මොකක්ද කියලා කියලා දුන්නා මම. District court, right? She can go to DC, file the case, and if there is a losses, he can claim for the liabilities, but it's something little bit difficult way, and also it takes time. in civil law, if you file the case, you need the lawyer, you have to sign the proxy, and there are some steps. It takes little bit time. And also, you have to prove it. And no person come and support you. That's the most important. You yourself have to handle it. Right? But in case of Silva, not like that. It's also an agreement, but it's a strong agreement covered under labor. Right? And the issue is here, he is under probation. I explained in last session, you can't play with the probation. Using the very latest judgment in Court of Appeal last December, it clearly says you can't sack even a probationer without using what? Correct procedure. Right? That was delivered in last December. Court of Appeal in Sri Lanka clearly said we should follow the reference order. Case reference order. Those who are joined today, I'll give the case reference regarding the probation. Case එක ඔයගොල්ලෝ case number එකයි parties දෙක ලියාගත්තාම උන්ටම ඇති. ඕනනම් එක පාටියක් තිබුණත් ඇති. ඉතින් අපි සාමාන්‍ය කියන්නේ brand X case එක අර ඒ වගේ නිකන් එක පාටියක් mention කරත් ඇති. case number එක වටින් දැනගන්න ඕන. නැත්නම් හොයන්න අමාරුනේ ඒ
case number
reference එක දෙකම මම පෙන්නන්නද? ඒ කියන්නේ නැත්නම් එක නමකින් නඩු කීපයක් තියෙන්න පුළුවන්. එකම employee එක හරි employee එක හරි. case law එකේ වටිනකම දන්නවද මොකද්ද වටිනකම කියලා? Why do you need case law? That's also correct, but not only that, you can justify the theory law with the case law. That's one thing, and case law is also law, right? Now, those are the two parties. In this case, of course, once you remember the company name, second name is very easily remember. You can say Labor Department, that's enough. And the reference mean in here, you have to say RIT 227-2022. When you say those figures, only that judgment, there's nothing. Right?
So 2022 means the
Yeah. It was filed in 2022. Filed in 2020. The decided day, you can see the bottom. This is the decided day. That was a filing date.
This is a filing date.
Huh?
Filing date 2020.
2022 is the filing date. Filing year. And those are the two parties. And this was the decided day. Right? The most important thing in this case, I will quickly brief for the benefit of the people who are joined today. In this case, employee is under probation. Right? And you came on last date, no? Excuse me. You came on last date. Can you brief while I show in the chart? Can you brief very briefly? Yes. Join this date. And what happened to him?
He was joined. He's suspended under probation period, but the employer is called the appeal, Diploma and appeal court.
He is suspended under extended probation period. Now here you can see, employees serving period of probation, right? Then he was suspended. Here it was clearly says he was recruited in this date and 6 months probation, and probation should be concluded in this date after 6 months, but it was extended another 2 months. He was terminated that period, right? No inquiry, no notice, right? But there's a clear statute in Sri Lanka, that is TEWA, Termination of Employment Workman Act. The section 21A says prior consent of the employee. For the benefit of the people joined today, I will show the act also. Single one. Now this is, please write the people are joined today, please write down the act and the act number. Act number is number 45, 1971. Act name is TEWA in shortly. That means termination of the services of workmen in certain employment by their employers. Act name is Termination of Employment of Workmen, Special Provisions. Special Provision Act. Uh-uh. I can hear you. Both party, both.
Yeah, after they were section 2, subsection 1, alpha. The commission says correct. It concerns
To the employee.
employee. Now, okay, it's with that was the commission.
Commissioner.
So you have mentioned O. O means either one.
Or two, one or two.
One or two.
But I told you another important thing. Okay, I'll tell you later. Now you can understand this one very clearly. And another important thing, it clearly says if there is a disciplinary matter, this act is silent.
Silent.
That means not applicable.
No.
Right? Then right? Then this provision clearly explained in this judgment. Right? It says section 21A and 2B is the legal procedure to terminate the employee even in the probation period. Right? I'm not going to explain the entire judgment today because I have already explained. I'm just briefing. And the argument from the company, this one, please read this para. This is the argument from the company, not the judgment. It's an argument from the company. The company said, once there is a letter of appointment, this clause is there. The clause says, during the probation period, you may terminate it to extended your probation period without inquiry or notice. The company says employee has signed and acknowledged that letter of appointment. It's a prior written consent. That was the argument of the company, but you know, it was not accepted by the Court of Appeal, right? It clearly says that is company argument. Various places, I'm not explaining entire today. Various this court consider even earlier judgment that is Lanka can raise and say decision making power not infringing the rule of law and the principle of natural justice should follow the correct procedure. Employer decide to terminate the services or even extend the probationary period, the employer should follow a procedure according to the law. What is the law? Termination Act. Or if the Termination Act silent, then disciplinary inquiry. Right? Then I'm not going to discuss more than that about this judgment. Right? What was it? Huh? Wow, do that. Dude එක මගේ ටියුට් නම් ඇති කියලා වාට කිසිම ප්‍රශ්නයක් වෙන්නේ නැහැ යනවා ලන්ච් එක දීලා ගත්තා කිසි ප්‍රශ්නයක් නැහැ ওই ටියුට් එකත් එක්ක මම දුවන්නේ නැහැ දන්නවනේ right මම ඒක දෙන්නේ just a guideline to read in your home ඉගෙන ගත්තු අමතක වෙයි කියලා බයට guideline එකක් විතරයි නැතු ඕක බලලා නම් මෙලෝඩියක් තේරුම් ගන්න බෑ පන්තිර නැවිත් හරි ඕක දැන් නැහැයි කියලා කිසි ප්‍රශ්නයක්වත් නැහැ දැනට ඉතින් කියලා බලාගත්තා මේ right මෙන්න මේක පොඩ්ඩක් ඔයාට එහෙනම් ආයි පොඩ්ඩක් කියන්න ඕන can you do a favor for Miss Lady and explain brief this question quickly? Yes, question.
Okay. There is a company by the name of X Private Limited. They have a person called Mr. Silva, who's the supplies manager, who is a permanent employee, but under the probation period still. And his wife is Sunita. She is the meal supplier for the same company. where Mr. Silva is employed as the supplies manager. And then there is a person by the name of Kanti, who is a telephone operator, who has been employed as a seasonal employee. Then there is the accountant, who's Sampath, who's a fixed term contract employee.
Right. That is the story of the case, right? And here you can see the big difference because he's the permanent person. She is the outside supply. He is under labor law. This lady under civil law. If he covered under labor law, there are protection from the labor department, labor tribunal, ILO, but this case only DC. And the company argument was he is under probation, Silva. Therefore, doing a mistake, they can kick off in any time. That was the company argument, not myself, right? And however, they have sacked all four, right? Now, you know, she's the telephone operator. What is the situation, even in a telephone operator seasonal, but what is the situation for this lady Kanti?
Okay.
She's also under contract of service, right? He is under fixed term, right? Till end of the fixed term, what is the situation, right? He is also under contract of service. Now, please divide your book page for 2 columns. From 1 column, divide like this. From 1 column, you have to write contract of service. Right column, contract for service. Now we'll take point one by one. Right? Contract of service. Are the agreement? Is the contract of service. Is the agreement? Yes, yes. Right? Agreement covered by labor law. This agreement covered by civil law. Right? Government organization belong to this labor department, labor tribunal, ILO. For this case, DC. Right? Now, මොනවද ඔයා සේවකයෙක් නම් දැන් මෙතෙක් ඇයි අපට ප්‍රශ්න? International Labour Organization. If you are an employee, may මෙතෙක් කියපු කරුණ here the things discussed up to now in this class. If you are an employee, tell me another very important factor which covered by the contract of service, but nothing for the contract for service.
Support.
If you want to terminate Silva, you have to follow the
correct procedure.
right. In case of termination, follow the rule of law. That means Termination Act or disciplinary procedure. For the Kanti, you want to follow the disciplinary procedure? You want to follow the Termination Act? No. Just go through the contract between Kanti and the employer. I can't say the word of the employer. Kanti and the company. And if there's a violation, definitely there may be a condition. You should supply good meal. Without that clause, no company will make agreement with the suppliers, right? If the company able to prove that food is with poison or something like that, completely violation of the agreement. But here it has an issue because the company says employee sick due to food poison based on the hospital report. He has supplied only lunch and dinner. That's the issue, right? But what the genuine practical situation which goes to courts also, right? Anyway, it's an issue because it's a challenge for the company to prove because of the Kanti's food, the people get sick. It's a challenge, right? Hospital says food poison, but the which food? මිනිස්සු උදේට breakfast අරන් ඉන්න නැතිනේ. already have. There's another argument from the company also. Various people coming from various houses having their various breakfast. But entire crowd sick? Yeah, maybe. Huh? It's a broad issue, right? Anyway, that is civil agreement. Right? Both parties has to prove it in the DC, their positions, and DC will take a decision. But we are learning labor law, right? The most important thing for us, this part, right? Okay, now using your knowledge in last date and the things learned today up to now in this class, tell me, now Silva was terminated. Silva, Kanti and Sampath terminated. Silva is under probation. I have discussed types of employment last session. Silva is under probation. Kanti is in seasonal and Sampath fixed term. All are terminated. Not what's the difference between termination and interdiction? It's a temporary thing. Out the person for a temporary period is not the termination, right? After some inquiry or something like that, the employer may take a decision. Then because of that decision, sometimes employee may reinstate it or terminate it, right? Anyway, in case of, remember, in case of interdiction, he cannot go to labor tribunal. Normally we are using labor courts, but correct word is labor tribunal. Because of the interdiction, he can't go. Hey.
This is apart from this. We say that it will be interdicted. And they are dragging the
Inquiry.
Yeah.
So what? That is good position. Then really you will learn the Industrial Dispute Act under this course. I will show you for the benefit of you and all. I will show the act for a moment. I'm not discussing today, but I'm just showing. That was a good question because interdict the person. He is in home. The company says inquiry is going on. Sometimes even no charge sheet issued. Only interdiction, right? The employee is waiting in home and expecting something. But waiting in home, indirectly what? නීතියේ කියවනක් තියෙනවා නිදා සිටින්නාට නීතියේ පිහිට නැත කියලා. You are waiting for a long mean, as an employee, no reaction from your side. I will show you this.
But if the company is paying the salary,
Companies?
yeah.
That is very good, no? He may be very satisfied. He may be, some companies doing that. No, he's correct. Some companies doing that because they are afraid for the employee.
Like that is, they will get not, mass level not on the, they will get, and now the state can never say. They will tell you now, they pay the pay on them.
If he is not guilty, you must pay it. Huh? If he is not guilty, you must pay it. With the all, not only salary. You have to consider him that he worked in your organization. That means if he worked, what are the other privileges he's enjoying? It should be given because it is, as an employee, it is your fault to interdict him. Now you said he is not guilty. That means it is company fault, employer's fault. Then employer should reinstate him. Not only that, you can't say back wages, all privileges, because he was staying home because of the employer's fault, not his fault, right? Now, for a moment, I am showing the only relevant section. It is Act number 43, 1950, Section 31B1A. Act number 43, 1950, Section 31B1A. 31B1A. දැන් course එක කරලා වුණා ඔයගොල්ලොත් ඔහම කියන්න පුළුවන් වෙන්න ඕන. 31B1A. Industrial Dispute Act. Act number 43, 1950, Section 31B1A. දැන් මම පෙන්නනවා මේ section එක. Now you can see 31B1A here. What the section is says? Only termination of services by his employer. In that situation, you can make the application to labor tribunal. That's what the section says. But now the example she said, interdicted. Now in case of interdiction, employee cannot go to the labor tribunal. But in case of interdiction, while you are staying home and drag the inquiry, the employee should react for it.
Is there a particular time period for the
Reasonable time.
That's depend on
the situation. That's what I'm telling you, right? Now take the example like that. January 1st. You are interdicted. January 1st, you are interdicted. Right? If you are under interdiction with paying salary, you should send the letters to the company and ask him to conclude the inquiry quickly. Hey, for what? You are staying home, having the salaries. You enjoy the salary and stay home. That is my advice. Right? There's nothing mentioned in the legislation. So my argument is, if you are getting salary, why you are going to the office of company? To earn the salary. Why you are working? To get the salary. Now you are in home while getting salary. Why you are working? Get the salary and stay home.
Some employees are doing part-time.
Huh?
Some employees are doing
Sometimes you can do part-time job. How can you stop? Because you are under interdiction. So that is my personal advice. But anyway, now, if the situation like that, you are under interdiction without pay. Now it's serious. Now it's serious. The law says reasonable time. Now you are interdicted in January 1st. Right? You wait till January 14. Normally 2 weeks. Because the law accepted the 2 weeks is most of the time it's a reasonable time. But it depends due to the facts and other things, but it's a reasonable time. Now you wait 14 days, no reply for the company. Right? So what you can do is just write a letter. No. That is the cause for another charge sheet. Product sale එක එහෙම කරනවා. නැත්නම් ගත්ත ෆෝන් එක හොඳ ගුණහරු දැක්කෝ HR manager. Right. Another inquiry against you. Right? Those are foolish things, but very politely you can write the letter to employer and say, my dear sir, madam, I was waiting for the inquiry according to your instruction till this much of time. Please reinstate me as soon as possible. කියන්න එපා ඉන්කුවරි තියන්න ඉන්කුවරි පටන් ගන්න මොකුත් කියන්න එපා. ඒක ඔයාගේ වැඩක් නෙවෙයි. ඕකේ සමහර කියන්නේ මා වරදක් කර තිබේ නම් වහාම පරීක්ෂණයක් තියන්න. නැත්නම් ඔබට විරුද්ධව නීතිමය කටයුතු කරන්න. මේ බයි කියලා ගහන්න එපා. That's a threat. Right? Very politely you write a letter to the company and say, please reinstate me. Very short letter. පිටු ගණන් ලියන්නත් එපා. Very short letter. Right? Then, and what the most important thing in this stage, while you are sending letters to the company, most important thing. Huh? Why not? That's how the dustbin එක දාන්න. එතකොට භාවිතාවේ dustbin act එක. එහෙම ගන්න නැහැ. ඒ වුණාට ඒව තියෙන ක්‍රමයක්. Email, of course, nowadays it's accepted one, but it is better if you can send both email and the registered letter, right? Because email is the accepted one, but it is better if you can in both ways, because you are the person who wants to restate. Don't give any loopholes for the employer, right? Now 14 days over, you send the first letter. You have a proof, but why I'm saying registered cover, all those things? There is evidence for you, right? And even WhatsApp you can send it, but use the registered cover also. Okay, now January 14, right? Very polite. First letter say no answer from the company. You wait another 14 days. right? This first letter, then second letter. In second letter, what I will write?
I indicator.
Only one sentence. Only one sentence. මොකද බැලිය දැන් අපි සමහර වෙලාවට කියනවා උසාවියේ අත සාක්ෂි දෙන්න අහම මෙහෙම උදාහරණයක් කියනවා. පොලේ මොන පාටද ඇහුවොත් පොළ පාටයි කියලා නවත්තපන්. අනේ එහෙම කියලා මේ මිනිස්සයා So when you are giving evidence, the most important thing, right? Answer only for the question raised by the any part. Especially if you are under cross-examination. Cross-examination කියන්නේ දන්නවද? අනිත් පැත්තෙන් අහන ප්‍රශ්න. අනිත් පැත්තෙන් ප්‍රශ්න අහන්නේ වාට ආදරෙටද? නෑ. ඔයාගේ evidence හදන්න. එමනම් so carefully, clearly understand the question, answer very shortly and very slowly.
But sometimes they ask, no, tell me yes or no.
You said
Yeah.
no. You said it.
But when you say sometimes yes,
You are in trouble.
yeah.
If you say no, even though you are in trouble.
Yeah.
So this is the practice of us. Because we want to break the evidence. Right?
Sir.
You should be very careful. Right? If you say yes or no without clarification,
Yeah.
if you are in trouble, because the questions asked by the Honorable Court, the lawyer is asking on behalf of the courts, because you are answering the Honorable Courts. What you can say is, if you can't say yes or no without clarification, you simply make the permission, Your Honor. In this question, regarding this question, I am unable to answer yes or no. Let me explain and say yes or no. Definitely court will permit. Right? You make the request to court and get the permission, then explain it, right? But remember why those questions comes up, because of the your fault. Is how those type of question comes up. I will tell you example. Right? Now, one person says he has terminated the employee due to sickness. Right? Then I ask whether there is a medical certificate or not. If we say yes, that is fault. Then he can't lie in the courts. If we say no, he is in trouble. Why? He said he is sick. Now what is the fault? Without medical certificate, you decided he is sick. You got my point? I had that point. Now he said he is sick. Then I asked, do you have a medical certificate? He can't say yes, he can't say no. දැක්කනේ හිරවන විදිය. හිර කරගන්නේ තමයි.
ඒ නිසා සමහරවල්
Wait for a minute, right? Then he said he wants to make a explain. He explained and say because of his face, the view of the face, he can understand he was sick. Then I asked, seeing the facing any person, human body, are you able to say he's sick or not? What are the qualifications that you have it regarding the that situation as a doctor? He is not a doctor. කොට මොන බල ලෙඩ කියන්න පුළුවන් නම් ඒ සම්බන්ධයෙන් සුසුම. නැකනේද? තමන් ඕන දෙයක් කළා මේ HR මැනේජර් කෙනෙක් කරපු විකාර වැඩක්. හරි? කවුරු හරි එම්ප්ලොයි කෙනෙක් සික් කියනවා නම් මෙඩිකල් simply ask the medical certificate. You are not doctors. Right? මොකද හන්නේ?
සමහර කේසස් වලට අධින පාර්ටි කෙනෙක් ලෝයර් ෆෝර්ස් කරලා ඉතින් ගන්න බලන්න එහෙම පුළුවන් කොහොමද?
ඉතින් එමනේ දැන් leading questions අහන්න බෑ. නමුත් සාමාන්‍යයෙන් ට්‍රයිබල්ස් වල ඇහෙන අවස්ථා තියෙනවා. DC එකට යන අවස්ථා තියෙනවා.
ඒකක් තමයි.
ඒක වෙලා තින්නේ just an equitable manner නේ යන්නේ. right? ඉතින් ගොඩක් ඇහෙනවා. තමන් දැනගන්න ඕන ට්‍රැප් නොවී යන්න. ට්‍රැප් නොවී යන්න තමන් දැනගන්න. right? ඔක්කොම වෙන්නේ ට්‍රැප් වුණොත් නේ. එක තැනකින් ට්‍රැප් වුණොත් පොලිමක් යනවා ආයෙත්. ඊට පස්සේ ජස්ට් ෆීලින් එකක් යනවා. මිනා කියන්නේ බොරු සාම.
අයිතෝ තමයි ෆෝන්.
එතකොට ජජුත් අනිත් පැත්තට අහනවා. right? එහෙනම් ඒක
කියන්න බෑ කිව්වට දෙක ඩිපාර්ට්මන්ට් එකකට
අමාරුයි. ගිහිල්ලා කියන්න තියෙන terms and conditions violate කියලා විතරයි. මොකද employer ඇවිල්ලා කියාවි අපි මෙයා සමාජයට ඉන්ට්‍රික් කරන්න හේතුවක් ඇතුවනේ. අපි මෙයාට ඉන්ට්‍රික් කරේ ඩිසිප්ලින් කාර්යයක් යනවා. right? ඉතින් එහෙම කිව්වොත් ලේබර් ඩිපාර්ට්මන්ට් එකට කියන්න බෑනේ ඩිසිප්ලින් කාර්යය තියන්න එපා කියලා. කියන්න වෙන්නේ තියන්න කියලා. ඒකෝට හරි අමාරු ටර්ම් එකක් නෑ කියන්න. ඊටදී මේ වැඩේ මම කියන්නම් මේ දවස් 14 14 කියලා වෙන වැඩේ. You are sleeping. You can sleep in the home. Employees are enjoying in the company. That means you are sleeping. මම කියවනේ නිදා සිටින්න නීති පිට නැත කියලා. නෑ එහෙම නේ ඉතින්. Employer can say various explanation. As reason for the delay. නෑ minimum කතාව මම කිව්වේ නෑනේ. මම කිව්වේ නීතියේ තියෙන reasonable time කියලා එකක්. ඒ සාමාන්‍යයෙන් 2 weeks කියන එක reasonable time. right? minimum 2 weeks කියලා එකක් නෑ. Ahmad, how are you? Ahmad, can you hear? අද නෑ තාම නිදිත් දන්නේ. He's from UK.
Sir, hello. I'm here.
I thought you are sleeping.
No.
When you wake up? 3:30?
At about, I logged in at about 4:15.
We like to see your face.
That's all.
Nice to see your face after 1 week time. Now, what is the time there?
4:55.
Oh, 55.
Mm.
Okay, okay. Okay, okay. You can off the camera and stay with us.
Okay.
Right, 55. Right, I will answer my question and go to this example. Right now, in the second letter, that is, now remember, this is you are under introduction without pay. If it is with pay, don't worry. Wait and wait and do a part-time job. Right? If it is without pay, right? Now you send the second letter, it is on 20th January, 28th January. Right? Even there is, if there is any legal knowledge for the employer, he wants silent for the second letter. At least 10% legal knowledge or any consultation done by the employer, he don't keep silent for your second letter. Because he knows what is the way that employee trying to comes. Employee එන්නහදන්නේ මොකක්ද කියලා employer ට තේරෙනවා පොඩි හරි legal knowledge එකක් තිබුණා නැත්නම් consultation එකක් ගත්තා නම් ටක් ගාලා කියනවා මේකට නිකන් ඉන්න එපා. Okay, we consider that even for this second letter, no reply from him. Right? Then you send the third letter after another 14 days. That means this guy say February 10th, right? Third. කොහොම 14 දාලා ලියන්න නෙවෙයි තිබුණේ. නෑ එහෙම ඕනේ නෑ. Right? Normally in case of law, 3 attempts, it's a reasonable attempts. 3 attempts. It is considered as a reasonable attempt. උන්පාරක් try කරා කිව්වහම reasonable attempts කියලා නීතිය පිළිගන්නවා. Right? Now for the say your third letter, no reply. But third letter you have to send having a special note. Even for this letter, you keep silent or no reply or no attention for me. I have to consider that I am under constructive termination. Mama හිතනවා. I feel I am under constructive termination. ඉතින් මම හිතනවා වැරදි නම් අනිවාර්යයෙන් කරන්න. I feel if it is wrong, please correct. ඒක කියන්නේ නැහැ ලියුමේ. You are not saying that. I feel I am under constructive termination. හදාගත්ත නේද Industrial Dispute Act එකට ගන්නට. නේ? මොකද ඒකේ තියෙන word එක මොකක්ද? What is the wordings there? Termination of employer. සමහරු when you are interdicted, try to file the case in Labor Department. That is wrong. It is clearly said that word. Right? It clearly says termination of the services by his employer. Now from our third letter, we are saying, I feel that I am under constructive termination. I feel. Even that letter sent by under registered company. Right? If there's no reply for this, මොලේ කාලයක් තියෙන මිනිහ මේ ඉන්න කරනවා. මොලේ කාලයක් තියෙන පොඩ්ඩක් කියලා advice එකක් ගන්න මේකට අනිවාර්යෙන් reply කරනවා. It's open. Then you can go there and say, interdiction, no charge sheet, no correspondence, no communication. I sent 3 letters, no reply. I have to consider I am under constructive termination. Then it is up to the employer come and say, no, we are conducting inquiry or something like that. Even in that time, he has to say why he is not replying for these 3 letters, not for you to the courts. It is really trouble situation for you.
වැඩි වාසිය තියෙන සේවය.
Employer. Course පිළිගන්න මේ මෙයා මාවට මේ හැදුවේ වැඩි දැන් ආවේ ආපු නිසා මෙයා දැන් බටර් ගන්නවා කියන එක තේරුම් ගන්න. අද ඔය chat එක කරන්නේ නැහැ ගොඩක් employees. එක්ක කෝල් කරනවා. කෝල් කරලා පුණුහල් පොටි. තව show course. Right? What the disturbing duties, taking to the employer, HR manager, right? අපි inquiry කරන්න හැදී ඒකට බාධා කරා. ඉතින් හිතු කියලා දෙනවා. Right? So don't do that. Just write very polite letter first. Second, one sentence. For what? To refer the first letter, that's all. Third letter, again very short. If there's no response, I will take legal action. ඔය ලියුම් තුන සාක්කියක් උසාවි. දැක්ක සාක්කිය හදාගත්ත විදිහ. right? කොච්චර කාලයක් ගියේ? මාසයක්. යන්තම් මාසයක්. පරිවෝ මාසෙකම. Right? Most of the time, what the employees are doing, they are collecting another show cost because of the bad and foolish reactions. I would say bad and foolish reactions. What are those things? Threatening, blasting, blaming. Right? Putting social media. Those are not hidden. Right? Okay, now, all right. Now, those are the important factors that these four have. Right? Okay. Now I'm saying Silva is a permanent employee who under probation. Who is under probation period. How can I say that? Because all three having the letter of appointment. By showing that very clearly to it in the course, right? They are employees of this organization and there is an employer-employee relationship. For that target, you must need the letter of appointment. What do you mean letter of appointment? It is an contract between, it is an agreement between employer and employee. Once there is a letter of appointment for these three people, very clearly you can see they are employees, right? They are employees. They are employees, therefore, they are covered under employee-employee relationship. That you are saying. See what? Right? What is the importance of the having letter of appointment? It is a written proof. It's a written proof for the any place to prove employer-employee relationship. It's a written proof for the any place to show employer-employee relationship. Huh? මගේ කටින් පිටෙන හැම වචනෙම ලියන්න එපා. ඔයාගේ wordings ලියා ගන්න. It's a proof for any place. You need proof. සාක්ෂියක් ඕනම තැනකට ඔප්පු කරන්න ඔයා සේවකයෙක් කියලා. Right? What is the importance of the letter of appointment? Is it important only for employee? Both parties. I will tell you another story. Again, it was in the course and now it's over. That is why I can say. Now, there is a small company. They do collecting some things from the companies and delivering that area. So those people, that person need a manager handling all matters in his place. So he selected the person and appoint as a manager, but no letter of appointment. Then after that, he has taken some the Mahatya, Amputa, employer, taken some drivers and supporters. All people are given letter of appointment by his manager. On behalf of the employer, he has given letter of appointment. While giving these letters, the Mahatyas Manager, you don't have a letter of appointment, no? Draft on and bring it me, I will sign. අනේ මහත්තයා මට මොකටද පත්‍රිකේදී අපි දෙන්නගේ දින හිතවත්කමත් එක්ක ඕනේ. Right? He wait for 5 years. Now, all people are getting EPF, ETF, then this particular person not having. Only that gratuity. Can you understand the hidden story of it? Hidden story. EPF, ETF, if the EPF, ETF properly paid, forget about ETF. If the EPF properly paid, what is the situation? Employee should pay 8%. Employer has to pay only 12%. Now what is the situation? EPF, ETF not deducted. Now 5 years over. Now what's the situation? Entire 20% plus surcharge has to pay employer. I mean again, subject. Right? Our story of the Nagata. If that is the Sagaman Kiaden. Right? ඒ පාරිතෝෂික පනත. 15ට අඩුවලත් ගැටිවිටි ගන්න පුළුවන්. කාර්මිකාරවල් පනත. ඒකට යන්න ඕනේ LT. දැන් 15 නැtei කියලා ගැටිවිටි නැති වෙන්නේ නැහැ. 15 නිසා ගැටිවිටි ගන්න පුළුවන් 1983 අංක 12 පාරිතෝෂික පනත. 1983 අංක 12 පාරිතෝෂික පනත අනුව ගැටිවිටි ගන්න නම් 15ක් ඉන්න ඕනේ. හැබැයි 1950 අංක 43 කාර්මිකාරවල් පනතේ සංශෝධන අනුව 15ට අඩු වුණත් ගැටිවිටි ගන්න පුළුවන් කොහෙන්ද? ඒ පනතේ 30ක 100ක්. මම පෙන්නන්නයි. Now, 31B1B, it says, B එක කියවගන්න. මේකට අනුව 15ක් ඉන්නවනේ. Less than 15 workers, he can get the gratuity from the labor tribunal. And according to the Act number 12 in 1983, for that act, you need 15. Even there is a forfeiture of the gratuity payment, you can compare the LT. Right? That means there's a misunderstanding. Some employees and employers also, less than 15, you can escape from the gratuity. No, you can't. B1A නෙවෙයි B.
So,
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
so can you explain it again? Gratuity payment can be obtained in 2 instances, right?
Sorry?
That means you are saying gratuity payment can be obtained under 2 instances.
Yes.
means?
the two situation, that means less than 15 you can collect, more than 15 you can collect. For more than 15, it applicable Gratuity Act. Less than 15, Industrial Dispute Act. Don't worry, I will. Huh?
15 year of employment applicable in what tax, sir? First one or second one? 15 year minimum.
15 year?
No, 15 employees
15 employees.
minimum. You said.
No. If there is a 15 or more than employees, you are eligible to get the gratuity under the Gratuity Act. Less than 15, you can collect it from the Industrial Dispute Act.
Okay.
Don't worry, no, today we are not discussing Gratuity Act. I am just answering the question, right?
Okay.
You will learn more when you are studying the gratuity,
Okay, sir. Okay.
right?
Okay.
Now I am saying what is the importance of the letter of appointment, right? It is most important thing for the both employer and employee, because it is a written document, written proof to produce in any place in later on, after the appointment. Now, in this question, the employer has terminated these four. Then all three, can Sunita go to labor tribunal? She can, right? So she may go to the DC, and we are not discussing that part. It's not comes under labor. We are talking only labor law. Now, in case of, now we know the difference between the Sunita and the Silva in case of duty, not the personal thing, right? Now, these three went to labor tribunal and made the complaint. They were terminated without inquiry and without notice. The employer's argument was no letter of appointment issued. They are not our employees. Ready, Kavani? Employer කියන තුන් දෙනාව අපේ සේවකයෝ නෙමෙයි. No letter of appointment, no pay sheet, no any single written document. Huh? No any single document. No any single document. There are some?
There's no document, but and the employer, he agreed the person to work in this organization, he service, and transfer promotion right there.
දැන් ඉතින් මාසේ අන්තිමේ හම්බුතා ළඟට ඇවිල්ලා මේක තියාගන්න කියලා දෙනවා. දැන් ඔප්පු කරන්නකෝ. ඈ? දැන් ඔප්පු කරන්නකෝ. paid salaries කියලා ඔප්පු කරන්නකෝ. තවත් ඕනනම් PN කෙනෙක් අතේ ලියුම් කවර එක දාලා එවනවා. දැන් ඔප්පු කරන්නකෝ. No any single document. Right? No any single document to prove it. Attendance නෑ කිව්වම දැන් no any single document කියන්නේ attendance උත් නෑ. No any single document means, right? Attendance කියලා එකකුත් නෑ. no any single document. That means no attendance sheet, no pay sheet, no letter of payment, nothing.
So we have checked the creativity and we have to see if there.
Three living at the quarter. EPF coin, the ETF coin, the gratuity coin. Right? Huh? Oh, consider.
This person has
Nature. Yes. Yes. Kian mga hangin. Oh. Oh. Oh.
Again, that's why
Are you working or studying? ඉගෙන ගන්නවද වැඩ කරනවද? කොයිද මම කම්පැනි එක ඕනේ. මොන වගේ සෙක්ෂන් HRද? කොච්චර කාල සර්විස්ද? හා? හත. You are a graduate. හා? Undergraduate. කම්පැනි එකේ ඉන්න ගමන් ඉගෙන ගන්නවා එහෙමද? Sure, very good. Now what is the year? Huh? What is the degree? Huh? Chartered. Chartered වල labor ගැන කතා වෙන්නේ නැහැ නේ. තියනවද? පොඩි part එකක් නේ. Anyway, she is coming very good point. Right? Now in that situation, huh? Very yeah, so good point. Even without knowledge, but good point, right? Now in that situation, the courts having the issue, who is telling truth? The employee says, I am the employee of this particular employer. But the employer says, he is not my employer. Then initially, right, if there is no, now according to the argument of the employer, if the Silva is not an employee of the organization, can the LT case going on? Proceed?
No.
No case, because everything comes under labor law. If there is a only there is a employer-employee relationship, the case will proceed. එහෙම දෙයක් නැත්නම් එතනින්ම case එක ඉවරයි. Right? Then initially court has to identify whether there is an employer-employee relationship or not. For that situation, court using specific tests. Those are control tests, integration test, economic reality test, multiple tests. ඔන්නෝය පරීක්ෂණ ටික උසාවි කරනවා. For what? To identify whether there is a employer-employee relationship or not. ඉන්නේ මම ඒක දෙන්න හදනවා ෂෙයා කරලා දෙන්න හදනවා. Quotes are Okay, quotes are You're right. You're right. Yeah.
Yeah, the program is in the
Quality yesterday name.
switch එක නැහැ නැත්නම් අංගින් නැහැ ඔන්ලයින් ලොග් වෙලා දැන් එක්සෑම් එකට ආවම දැන් මාව
physical done physical වගේ effective නෑ.
මාත් ඒක 100% ඕකේ පැහැදිලිනේ. ඒගොල්ලන්ගේ බෞද්ධරයක් ඔන්ලයින් ඉඳනවා නම් අර ආයතනයක් විදියට ඒගොල්ලෝ තීරණ ගනිද්දී බෞද්ධරයේද ඇත්ත බලනවා. කොමාරි දැන් ඒගොල්ලෝ තීරණ හැදී කියන්නේ ෆිසිකල් කරනවා. අර මෙතන මෙතන කවුන්ට් එකම තිබුණා මගේ තියෙන අර අවුට්පුට් එක අඩු වෙනවා. හරි? හා?
සපෝට් එක
ඒ සපෝට් එකේ බෙනිෆිට් එක ඔයගොල්ලෝ ප්‍රශ්න අහලා අර දැන් අර කෑල්ල මං කියේ ප්‍රශ්නේ අහපු නිසා ඔය අර කොහොමද ඉන්ටර්ඩික්ෂන් එකක් කන්ස්ට්‍රක්ටිව් ටර්මිනේෂන් එක පෙළ ගන්න කියලා ඔකට අන්තිමට අදාළත් නැහැ. දන්නේ නැහැ ඔක්කොම ලේබල් අදාළ නැහැ කියන්න බෑ. But I have answered for that. It's a practical situation where you cannot find in any legislation, right? How to convert it, right? It's a practical thing. I have answered because of your question, right? So benefit should goes to you, right? I just answer, that's all. Okay, now the situation is there is no letter of appointment. The court using various tests. Those are the tests, right? So what do you mean control test, right? So courts considering it. Now, as she said, what if they can buy now? මේ වගේ වාදනයක් නෙවෙයි කතා කරන්නේ. වානිකන් හිතලා කියව පොයින්ට්ස් ටික ගන්න හරි සද්දෙට. මොකක් කරන්නේ? No single document.
Request කරනවා company pays nature of work මගේ නහන්න ඒකේ සසහන්න මම වැඩ කරලා මම උත්තර දෙන්නම් ඒව හරියට මම මේක වැඩ කරනවා.
Now, Silva knows the whole history. He has given the food order for even his wife. That is immaterial. It's for the house, wife and husband. Company accepted Sunita as a supplier, right? So who has handled it? Silva, right? Then sometimes Silva has to recommend for the payments. But I told you there is no single document. But even verbally, he has to recommend, right? And how he can recommend with his own මෙයාගේ හිතුණු පරිදි මෙහෙම recommend කරන්න පුළුවන්ද? He has to get the advice from the employer management. He has to work according to the advice of the management. Management definitely given the approval for him, even verbally. Get the meals from Sunita and pay this much money. Then Sunita at a company, Sunita nikam kaya the company. Then Sunita at a company, accountant hitu gonna give. Can the accountant pay as he wish? No. Again, he needs the advice from the management. Pay this much of money for Sunita per day, per meal. According to the instruction, he pay. Right? Can Kanti coordinate herself? No. There should be a. Now you can see all three people having some sort of control. All three people having some sort of control, right? That means in case of control test, control is employee. He is the person has to work under the commands of the boss. එයා වැඩ කරන්න ඕන බොස්ගේ උපදෙස් මත. He can't work alone. Right? Silva may be paid money for the Kanti according to the instruction of the management. That means employer. And likewise, Kanti and Sampath also reacted not their own way, according to the instruction of the employer. මෙච්චර ගෙවන්න සුන්නට. කාන්තිට කියන්නේ මෙච්චර පොල් දෙන්න. එතකොට සම්පත්ට කියන්නේ ඉතින් මෙච්චර ගෙවන්න. එතකොට even verbally සිල්වා කියන්නේ නැති මෙච්චර බත් පැකට් ගත්තා. නැත්නම් කොහොමද සම්පත් දන්නේ මෙච්චර ගත්තද කියලා? Because Silva is the, what you say, manager. Even without letter of appointment, he is the manager. He should inform to the accounts that he has collected this much of meal packets. Based on that information, he paid money. All three activities, there is a command from the employer, even verbal. That means the control test positive. If the control test is positive, there is a employer-employee relationship. Right? The one test used by the courts to identify whether there is an employer-employee relationship. In other wordings, whether there is a contract of service. In other wordings, whether there is a labor law agreement. Right? To identify that, the courts are using various tests. The one of the test is control test. What do you mean control test? Is there any command from the employer to the employee? If there's a command, that means, and other wordings, if employee works under the command of his boss. In this example, Silva cannot collect a meal packet from the Sunita, even she is wife of Silva. That is the relationship for the home, not for the company. Definitely, he must have a command from his boss to get the meal packet from the Sunita. Otherwise, he can't do that. Now, simply, he can prove in the courts, we have collected this much of meal packet during this period from Sunita. Then, the company has to answer, how can Silla get the meal packet from Sunita? Definitely, according to the command of the employer. Very simple argument. And Kanti, and same argument for Kanti and Sampath. They paid money or coordination. They did coordination of money, paid money because of the command of the boss. If the control test is positive, there is a employer-employee relationship. That means is under which cover? Labor law. Is under labor law. Then he is having a contract of service. Then all labor law with him. That means he can file the case in according to the Termination Industrial Dispute Act in the Labor Tribunal. Any questions regarding the control test? ප්‍රශ්න නැහැ. එහෙනම් මං අහන්න. Do you know when there is a motor car accident, the person coming from the insurance company, who is that? Assessor. Right? Is there any contract of service for that assessor with the company? He's not going to office daily. Sometimes he's paid commission, not the fixed salary. Based on his activities, sometimes the company may pay it, sometimes. Right? Is there any employee-employee relationship for insurance, motor car assessor? How can you say?
But doing a professional investing, advising, assessing and advising, that is kind of a spectrum that is professional. Now, in that respect. So we are seeking knowledge from this and pay for that.
Are you agree with him or not?
That is please query.
Based on his recommendation, valuation and other things will be possible.
Do you agree with him?
Not interfering, that employer cannot say, do this way, do that way. Based on his recommendation, employee proceed.
Do you agree with him?
Thinking of the role of the assessor, is really-
Okay, all of you, I agree with him or not? Law එකේ මෙහෙමයි. දැනෙන්න බෑ. If you are in a position, that is your position. You can't say wrong or correct. According to you, it is correct. දැක්කනේ අර මේ judgment එකේ company එකේ වෙලා argument එක. That is their position. Sometimes it may be accepted by the courts or not. It's a different thing. But when you are saying the position, you can't change. Right? It is your position. According to you, it is correct for you. But I am asking others, you say no. Okay. What is your decision? Do you agree with him or not? එයාගේ මතයත් එක්ක එක වෙනවද නැද්ද? හා? එකග වෙනවා. ඔයා? No. No. Online people I am asked, have you got everything up to now?
Yes, sir.
Only Ahmad is answered. What for others? Because I am very happy to hear the voice of Ahmad because he is talking from the out of the country. What happened to the people in the country? Ne Ahmad? What happened to people in the country? Okay. Anyway, I can't waste the time. Ahmad, I am asking question.
Yes, sir.
Now I have explained contract of service and the control test. You got it everything?
Yeah. Yes.
So I am asking question.
Mhm.
Do you know assessors, motor car assessors, when there's
Yes,
an
yes.
accident, they come and value the situation and give the report to the insurance company.
Mhm.
I'm asking whether motor car assessors are employees or not. Are they under
They are employees, independent contractors, sir.
huh?
So, contract for
Are
service, right?
contract of
Independent
service
contract.
for service?
Contract for service.
Contract for service. That means they are not coming under labor law.
Mm.
He is not an employee.
Not an employee. According to Sarasi, that means they are not coming under labor law.
They are covered by labor law, sir. They have to
That means
report to. They have to
that
report
means
to. Yeah, they have to sign in and come now. They have to report to the company, right?
no. Normally they are not reporting to the company every day.
That's all. Then okay. Then not covered.
Not covered. Okay. That is motor car assessor. Right? Okay. I'm asking another question from all. That means physical and online participant. Insurance agent. Employee or not? Insurance agent.
Agent,
They paid only commission, not the salary.
not employees.
When they sold the insurance policy, they can have a commission.
No, sir.
No, they are not employees.
Not employee.
Not employee. Sarasi says not employee. Ahmad says not employee. What about our physical participants? Employee. Not employee. You?
Employee, because of this performance related to the compensation. So it, something like that.
Wagging. Employee. Why you are saying like that? Can you explain? Even Sinhala in this is not a language class. Employee or not?
Because there is no command involved.
No command.
Yeah, they're the independent. They can. There's no. They are not subject to command of the master according to control test.
No.
So I will ask one question from you.
Yes.
Then,
Not only one, even 100.
then doctors, for an example, now local hospital, they now local management is there, doctor is serving there. So can management say that do this operation this way?
Can?
Can he get what he served, what he delivered with regard to his
As a private practice doctor.
Yes. Can management say that do the operation this way?
Of course. Of course, because he as a doctor, now there are two different things. If there is a visiting doctor and the permanent doctor of that any particular place, two different stories. If there's a permanent doctor, he has to listen for the management.
Yes, manager, but
If he's a visiting doctor, another story.
He's asking whether the management has a judgment over how.
No. That is profession, but even now, your question is, can the management ask to do this operation or not to do this operation? That is his professional skills. But the management can say, you work during this time and treat for this patient. So how to treat? It's up to him. Now, being a lawyer, if I am working for any company, I can decide which case I am producing the courts and how can do the arguments, all those things. That is my professional skills. But the company can say, you should come to the work 8:30 and work up to now and appear for the courts. That is order from the employer. I have to obey that orders. I'm using my professional knowledge. It's a different thing. I have to use my knowledge. Sometimes company can say, don't file this case for this person. They can say. That is, I am under command. Right? Even I have, there are enough facts to file the case. I have to listen for the organization and not to file the case. Right? That means I am under the command. Even a professional person, I am under command. But outside person, it's a different story. Right? Okay, don't worry. I'm discussing everything with the court cases. I'm just giving that points to think, right? Everything I will discuss with the court cases. Now, anyway, you are having a clear understanding about the control test. Control test mean there should be a command from the boss and how to react to the employee. Based on that informations and the orders, employee has to work. That means he is under the command of the master. Right? Huh? ඒක දෙනවා. කෑමට පස්සේ ඉස්සෙල්ලා කාලා ඉන්න. දැම්ම නෙමෙයි. ලන්ච් එකෙන් පස්සේ. තාම කන්න වෙලාව ආවෙත් නැහැ. හරි? ওই ටික ඔක්කොම එකතු කරලා දෙන්නම් මම හේතුව තාම එක ටෙස්ට් එකයි නේ කිව්වේ. ටෙස්ට් ඔක්කොම කියලා ඊට වැඩිය ඒවත් කියලා ඊට අමතරව ලේටස්ට් ජජ්මන්ට් එකකුත් කියලා දෙනවා වයින් එපා. මෙතනින් එළියට යවන්නේ තියරි ලෝ කේස් මම කියවනේ එදා මම රයිට් මම කියවනේ එදා මම ලෙක්චර් රූමේ එළියට යවන්නේ තියරි ලෝ කේස් ලෝ දෙකෙන් ඔයාලා ඔළුව පුරවලා කියලා එදා එහෙම වුණානේ types of employment දැන් තේරෙනවනේ probation කෙනෙක්ගේ තත්ත්වය හොඳටම අදත් ඒ ටිකම කරනවා.
Sir, excuse me.
yes සම්මත.
As a control test එක තාම අර English case එකද applicable වෙන්නේ? අර Bramwell case එකද apply වෙන්නේ තාම මේ මෙයාගේ Evans Nakers දැන් වදාලා තියෙන්නේ.
කේස් එක තියෙනවා apply වෙනවා ඒක තමයි මම අපි දැන් උදාහරණයක් ගන්නෙ. But there are another cases සම්මත I will show in the after the lunch. I mean
Okay.
lunch in Sri Lanka, not in US.
Okay.
Now what's the time, Ahmed?
6 o'clock. 6 o'clock.
6 o'clock.
Yeah.
Had you breakfast?
No, I had a glass of water only, not yet.
There's no time for you to take the breakfast. Even
Too early. No? Early breakfast
too
is
early.
difficult.
Yes. Right. Anyway, now I have clearly explained the controllers, which you had a good idea. Now another test. Test, integration test. Right? Why you are taking this test? Now we have to identify whether there is an employee-employee relationship for පතින් ලිපිය දුන්නා පාවිච්චි කරනවා. ඒ කියන්නේ පතින් ලිපියෙන්ම කරා ඒස employee relation තව ටෙස්ට් කර කර ඉන්න දෙයක් නැහැ. හරි? Test. It really is very simple part of the business is as an integral part of, whereas under contract of services work also done for the business is not integrated in what is only accessory to it. That means without his service, is an integral part. Integral part means now without accountant, can you run the organization? right? He's the integral part. Without supplies manager, without supplies, can you run the company? No, you can't. Even without telephone operator, she is also doing big tasks, coordinating each and every person. So those three are integral part of the business. මේ ව්‍යාපාරයේ අත්‍යවශ්‍ය කොටස්. අත්‍යවශ්‍ය අභ්‍යන්තර කොටස්. එතකොට මේ උදාහරණයටම ගියොතින් අපි බලනවා මේ සිල්වා මේ කාන්තිලව්ව ආහාර සැපයීම අපිට ඒක ඔප්පු කරන්න පුළුවන්. ආහාර සැපයුවයි කියන්නේ සැපයීම මේ ආයතනයේ ව්‍යාපාරයෙන් අත්‍යවශ්‍ය දෙයක්ද නැද්ද? අත්‍යවශ්‍යයි. Because normally the company is giving lunch and if the according to the labor law, you will learn Shop and Office Employees Act in future. If there is a night workers, you should give dinner. Transport, all those things you will learn in Shop and Office Employees Act, right? So it is the integral part of the service. That means if that particular employee is the integral part of the business, right? Integral part of the business, employee of the organization, right? He is an employee of the organization and there is an employer-employee relationship. What is the argument? His job, his service, his duty is the integral part of the business. Yeah, again, better. Look at. But he is an important person for the organization. Without him, there is a huge hole in the process. Process එක run වෙන්නේ නැහැ මේ chain එක නැත්තම්. Integral part එක.
Control is command within term.
No, this is a part of the judgment. Stephen Jordan and Harrison, there's a following judgment, a UK judgment, right? Simply take the meaning like that. He is the integral part of the business. Okay, local judgment කියවුනහම හොඳට තේරෙයි. ඔය පරින් එක. right? දැන් මේ කැලවලට ගත්තා නම් හොඳටම ඇති. Without him, you can't run the organization. He's the integral part of the business. Without him, you can't run the organization. Without that person, you can't run the organization. Integration test. Right? Two tests we have discussed where the courts using to identify is there any employee relationship or not. Right? Another test that is economic reality test. Right? As an accountant, Sampath, he's paying company money his own way. If the person has 1 lakh, he's paying. If the person has 50,000, he's paying. If the person has 100 rupees, just give it. Right? Accountant, you like that? And with 1 week time, even not 1 week, 2 days time, company to close. So that means he has to think about the profit of the company and losses of the company. And he is following some procedure to release money. Right? Maximize the profit, minimize the losses. As a accounting accountant, as a accountant, is maximize the profit and minimize the loss. Still, as supplies manager, suppliers again, I want to go to Mubarak. Again, what is his target? Again, maximize the profit for the company and minimize the losses. Even he is a telephone operator. He is giving information based on that. That means all 3 people having a target to maximize the profit of the company and minimize the losses for the company. මේ සුනීතරත් එහෙම අදහසක් තියෙනවද? කම්පැනි එකේ ප්‍රොෆිට් වැඩි කරන්න ඕන කියලා. එයාට එහෙම අත පහ ගහගියවත් නෑ මගේ මීල් පැකට් එකේ ගාන වැඩියෙන් ලැබෙනවා නම් මට එච්චරයි. Sunita has no idea to develop the company, increase the profit of the company, and minimize the losses of the company. No idea. But these 3 people must have it. That means, in case of economic reality test, right? There is a risk for the loss or chance of profit to Silva, Kanti, and Sampath. But there is no risk regarding that to Sunita. එයාට එහෙම ප්‍රශ්නයක් නැහැ. කම්පැනි එකට හෙට වැහුවත් කවන්නේ යාගේ බත් පැකට් වල ගාන අද හම්බෙනවනේ. Right? If there is a responsibility of risk of loss or chance of profit, that means the economic reality test is positive. Economic reality test එක positive. එහෙම වුණා නම් in that situation these can be identified as a employees, that means employer-employee relationship. Now we have studied 3 tests: control test, multiple test, control test, integrated test, multiple economic reality test. Control test, integrated, and එක ටෙස්ට් 3ක් විදියට හරියට උඩට වැදුනද?
So මේක excuse me.
කියන්නේ
So මේක මේ අර own account කියන එක මට තේරුන්නේ නැහැ මේ. economic reality test එකේ.
that mean no, don't think wording. No, this section take from the clearly explain. You can't take by using only one section
Oh.
judgment. after lunch in Sri Lanka, not in UK. I will show you some judgments, entire judgment. Then you can understand really. Now what you can understand here, there is a risk of loss or chance of profit. Is there any responsibility that particular person regarding that? There is an employee-employee relationship.
Example?
I explained 3: accountant, supplies manager. Now, if the accountant pays money his own way, without thinking the profit or losses of the company, what happened?
Company will go on loss, no?
Within 2-3 days, the company has to close.
Yeah.
That means he is always thinking maximize the profit, minimize the losses. That means, according to the economic reality test, he is an employee. Okay? Ahmed?
Oh.
The integral test and economic theory test for one employee can be both.
No. It's according to the situation and the facts. Right?
Take the same example.
No. We took same example. But if the control test is positive, why are you using another test?
Yeah, sure. But just to modulate and just compare these two tests. If you take supplier in integral test, that is means present part in the business. So it is positive.
It is positive. And all these 3 tests is positive. Because control, of course, there. Then integrated, is there. And economic reality, he cannot go for the losses as a supplies manager. That means there is a risk for him to think about loss. So if there's a losses, the risk goes to him. He has to face that as an employee.
They want to expand the scope.
Of course. Normally, if the control, sometimes you use the control test clearly not identified. Then go for the second, then go for the third likewise. Right? Sometimes applying all, but most of the time from control test, it can be done. And multiple test. Right? Remember all are internal judgments, right? Or in judgments, but there are local judgments. Initially, we are using this to identify it, and later on we discuss latest judgment also, right? Everything goes with the case law because these tests using by the courts, right? Without reading, listen to me. What do you mean multiple test?
In these, I think the previous test at once.
So everything, explain the whole of the various elements, right? Constitute relationship between the parties. මේ ඔක්කොම ටික study කරාට පස්සේ examine the whole of the various elements. If there is a constitute, if it is constitute the relationship between the parties, that means multiple test is positive. From the word, you can understand what is multiple test. Multiple actions positive.
Then difficult factor, out of which one at least if one is positive, then there is one.
Yes, if you are not, you cannot confirm using one. Just a doubt. Then use everything and see. If it is positive from control test, no need to go further. Right? But sometimes even the control test, there are some doubts. Because for the courts, when they deliver in judgment, should be very clear. Yeah. For the criminal matters, we are reasonable. These matters, balance of probability. Balance of probability, but even that, they must have a proper balance. Right? Without doubts. Of course. But then again, stable. Dia tu nama multiple skills.
Yeah, yeah.
Oh, kita masih multiple skill majority question. And then උදාහරණයක් Supreme Court judgment එකක් ආවා පාර්ලිමේන්තු එකට. පුර ටීවී නිවුස් වල දකින්නේ. Supreme Court judgment එකක් ආවා පාර්ලිමේන්තු එකට. ටීවී නිවුස් දකින්නේ බැලුවා නිවුස් වල.
ගොඩක් තියෙනවා. ගොඩක් මේක
නැමෙ ඊයේ පෙරේද ආවා එක. අපිට නැටය කෙනෙක් මට කියලා දෙන්න. අපිට කියලා දෙන්නේ උත්සාහයක தত্ত্বය. ඒක තිබුණා ඒ ජජ්මන්ට් එක අනුව ජජස්ලා දෙන්නේ එක මතයක ඒ පැනල් එකේ ජජස්ලා තුනයි. ජජස්ලා දෙන්නේ එක මතයක තව ජජ් කෙනෙක් තව මතයක. ඒක වෙන්න පුළුවන්. ඊට එයා ඉන්ඩිපෙන්ඩන්ට්. right? එතකොට අවසානයේ ඒක උත්සාහයේ තීන්දුව වෙන්නේ මොකද්ද? Majority of the judges. කියන්නේ judges දෙන්නගේ මතය තමයි judgment. right? මේ වගේ ඔය test එක ගත්තොත් if you can finish it from the control test, matter is over. As he said, there are some confused. Then go for all tests. Even all tests, there are two findings. Then go for the majority. Right? Okay. Now you clearly understand what is contract of service, what is contract for service, and what is the difference between contract of service and contract for service. Right? If there's a contract of service, it is covered under label of from that means you can explain, you can tell a lot of things. There's an employee-employee relationship, there may be a letter of appointment, the employee-employee relationship may be written or verbal, right? Covered by the old labor law. There are organizations to support them, national and international level, right? Those benefits, right? But for the contract for service, nothing like that. Now we discuss further about the contract of service. Now the issue was, if there is no letter of appointment, if there's a letter of appointment, do you need to go for the test? For what? It's clearly showing there's a letter of contract of employment. Then no need to test. But if there's not a letter of appointment, right? You have to go through this test. No letter of appointment, employer denying the employee relationship. පත්තින් ලිපියකුත් නැහැ සේවා යෝජක කියනවා මගේ සේවකයෙක් නෙවෙයි කියලා. So during that situation, you need to, the court has to follow this test and see whether there is a employer-employee relationship or not. Those are the theories, but we are taken from the course. Anyway, those are theories for the contract of service and contract for service, and how to identify the contract of service when there is a objection from the employer regarding that. මොනවද ඔය ගැන අහන්ති?
සාමාන්‍යයෙන් මාර කම්පැනිස් වල ඒක සාමාන්‍යයෙන් මාස් දෙකක් තුනක් දෙන්නේ නැහැ. ඒක තමයි
ඒක ප්‍රශ්නයක් තියෙයි කියලානේ මම කිව්වේ. දෙපැත්තටම ප්‍රශ්නයක් තියෙනවා. මම අර කිව්ව නේද එක උදාහරණයක් මොකද්ද? අනේ මහත්තයෝ ඕක ඉතින් අපි දෙන්නට මොන පත්තින් ලිපිද ඈ ඕක කොයි වෙලාවෙ ගන්න බැරිද කිව්වයි කියලා. අවුරුදු 5ක් ඉඳලා then if there's a letter of appointment, what is the situation? If there's a letter of appointment, right? As an example, we will take monthly salary as 100 rupees. It's not a practical amount. Nowadays, for easy calculation, we'll take monthly salaries 100 rupees. Monthly, 100 rupees. Right? Now, EPF. The employer has EPF. Employer has to pay employer pay 12 to 12. Why? What is the amount? Okay, very good. Now, the top management asked to go with this. That's all. When something happened, what are you doing? Right? ආට රිවර්ස් කරන්න බෑනේ ඩිසිෂන් එක. දැන් හොඳ සිද්ධියක් වුණා.
ඕකද සර් ෂෙයා වෙලා තිබ්බේ? මේකේ ෂෙයා වෙලා තිබ්බේ මේකද?
නෑ නෑ මම ෂෙයා කරනවා.
හරි සර්. හරි දැන්.
right. ස්ටොප් කරා ස්ටොප් වෙන්නේ නැද්ද? හරි. As HR people, if you are giving the decision or putting your signature for any document, 3 or I can't say the times, but 3 or 5 or 10 times you check it. The first thing, whether it is correct document or correct statement. Second thing, the most important thing, whether it is company position, because you are the person on behalf of the company. Appear in LT, Labor Tribunal or Labor Department or wherever the place, you are representing the company. So you can't have your own decision. Then you are negative in the control test. If you followed the own decision, you are negative in the control test. Then you are not an employee. If you are an employee, control test should be positive. That mean you should follow the company instruction, but should be legalized things. If the top management or whoever giving wrong instruction, you are not bound to follow. Then you should have a capability to explain the relevant person, this is illegal, we cannot do that. Right? නීති විරෝධී දෙයක් දෙනවා ඔයාලට දැනීම සහ හැකියාව පළපුරුද්ද හැකියාව තියෙන්න ඕන by legislation explain කරන්න මේකේ දැන් ආවෝ කේස් එක by legislation explain කරන්න this is illegal. Otherwise you can't have your own decision as a HR people. If you are going to do so, you are not an employee. Right? Online people, can you hear me? Howard, what about your request? How about now again? Right. Anyway, morning hours we had a debit. Argument. Motor car assessor employee කෙනෙක්ද නැද්ද කියලා. පොඩ්ඩක් මේක නවත්තලා කතා කරමු. Motor car assessor. When there is an accident, he comes to the place and do the investigation and then report. Is doing in the own way. आगे लक्ष्य दे मेरा लक्ष्य दे मेरा लक्ष्य बात है मेरा दादा मेरा इसी लोगों पे is there any instruction for him? Yes, then who gave the instruction? Because the instruction he has to follow the instruction. You can write the according to that, he That is what, in this case, he is the motor car assessor. Okay. We can have the bottom. Right? අපි කතා කරමු. Now, in case of accessory, he has to follow the company instruction. Not like that example. Right? He is doing reports. Then, control test, negative or positive. We'll go to the economic failure test. When he do the assessing work, normally what is his main target? Giving maximum for the client? No. Giving minimum for the client, get the maximum for the company. Then economic theory test, positive. Right? Integrated. Is he an integrated part for the company? Why not? When there is an insurance policy, the client expecting as soon as possible that person. Company के MD වත් HR වත් මෙතනට එන්නේ නැහැනේ. එහෙමනම් company के business develop වෙන්න නම් මේ පුද්ගලයා හැකි ඉක්මනින් මෙතනට ඇවිල්ලා මේ accessory එක කරන්න ඕන. That means is the integrated part of the business. If there's a losses for the company, is there a risk for this person? Of course. Risk. බලමු දැන් මොකක්ද ජජ්මන්ට් එකේ කියලා තියෙන්නේ කියලා. Motor car assessor. Right? The Judgment Insurance Corporation of the Labor Department. Right? Motor car assessor. He is doing the safeguard to the interest of the company. Company is interested in safeguard කරන්න. Right? He do inspection, assessment, investigation according to the company instruction. He can't do it his own way. And as an assessor, he's sending some report without delay. He's not going to send the report with delay, without delay. He says if there is a delay, should be a possible list. That means without delay. He is sending reports without delay. He should be available. Accident වුණාම, when there is an accident, we inform the assessor කතා කරනවාද අපි? Client කෙනෙක් විදිහට. We are directly informed the company, insurance company. Then quickly they are sending an assessor to the place. That means as an assessor, he should be available at short notice. From whom? His employer. Short notice එකක් දීලා දුන්නාම මෙයා quickly available වෙන්න ඕන. Right? ඒ accident එකට මට යන්න වෙන්නේ නැහැ. Then in case of Sunita, she is saying today evening I can't go to the company to hand over the dinner packets. I will send my son. Please take this meal packet, hand over to the company. Can Sunita do like that? Yes, she can. When there's an accident, can the assessor say, son, please go and do the assessing? No. He should go there. That means there's no person to delegate his work. එයාගේ වැඩ delegate කරන්න කවුරුවත් නැහැ. That means He is an employee. Then මොකද කියන්නේ? Motor car assessor, employee. Any question you can ask? Oh. ප්‍රශ්න තියෙනවා. ඉවුට්ටල් මොකුත් නැහැ. ඕක ගෙදර ගිහලා කියව ගන්න. ඈ? නෑ මොකුත් නෑ ඔච්චර. ටියුට් ගන්න නේ ඉගෙන ගන්න. ඔය කේස් නම්බර ගත්ත එක ෆැක්ට් එක ඔළුවේ තියාගන්න. අවශ්‍ය ෂෝට් නෝට් එක දාගන්න. ටියුට් අවශ්‍ය නම් අර නාරායන පිට පත්‍ර කන්නේ පරණ පත්‍ර ටිකක් අරන් ගිහලා තියාගන්න. ටියුට් නෙමෙයි නොලෙජ් එක ගන්න. ඔයගොල්ලෝ ඔය කෝසස් ගන්නවනේ ටියුට් ගන්නවනේ බලන්න දැන් ඒක කොහෙද තියෙන්නේ කියලා ෆයිල් වල දාලා අපඩියක් ඇතුලේ ලස්සනට ඇති එළියේ තිබුණා දොවිලි ටිකක් පහළ ඇති මොකද කාලෙකින් දිගහැරී නැහැ නේ ඒකම ඇති වැඩක් නැහැ right case number is there facts is there okay what is that mute කරලා තියෙන්නේ screen එකේ වීඩියෝ එක මියුට් කරලා හරි 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 right හරි the case number is that is important CA 52 මම දැන් ඊළඟ තව නඩුවක් කියා දෙනවා නෝට්ස් ඉල්ලන්න එපා සටහන් කරගන්න කේස් නම්බර් එක දෙනවා එතකොට කේස් එකේ පාටිස් දෙක කියනවා කේස් එකේ ෆැක්ට්ස් ඊටගේ අංගල් දෙකේ කොකේ ලියන්න it Right. Ahmed, how is your lunch? Not lunch, breakfast. Ahmed now. Anyway, now you clearly understood. Motor car assessor is the employee based on what? Control test, economic reality test, and integrated test. All three test positive. Control test positive. Why? He is working under the control of the company. Economic reality test is positive. Why? Always has to think about the loss and profit of the company. Right? And Houston, micro judgment don't worry, you can write down this case number and the two parties and the all points in this one slide. Right? Two parties, Insurance Corporation and Labor Department. Case number CA 52 2006. The question is whether motor car assessor is the employee or not. Morning hours, we learn some facts how to identify the employee. When there is no letter of appointment, simply employer says he is not an employee of this organization. That is the argument of the employer. Why? If there is no employee-employee relationship, simply he can avoid all beneficiaries enjoyed by the employee. When there is a civil agreement, no benefits. Now we had the example last day we mentioned, Silva and Kanti's matter, right? So in that matter,
So what really happened when he claimed that he's an employee and what exactly happened?
In this case, no, the company says motor car assessor is not an employee. Then case went to and the Labor Department says no employee. Then they went for the writ to the CA, and even CA decided he's an employee. CA mean Court of Appeal. Alright? That means motor car assessor is the employee. Then මේ වගේ එක මේ slide එකක් හරි note එකක් හරි presentation එකක් හරි නෙමෙයි ඕන. Simply write down the case number, two parties and the facts. That's all. මේ judgment එක මුලින් ඉඳන් කියවලා හරිය මතයි note එකක් කියවලා තේරුම් ගන්න කියොත් එපා වෙයි. මේ තමයි judgment එකේ හරය. මේක තමයි ඔක සම්පූර්ණ කියුවත් ගන්න තියෙන්නේ. එහෙනම් මේ facts ටික ලියා ගන්න. ඒතකොට යම් තැනක even in the courts or labor department or in your organization, in the exam, මම exam එක දකින්නේ lowest point එක විදියට. First point එක විදියට මම දකින්නේ when you are dealing in your organization as a HR manager, you must be capable with the label. When there is a board meeting in your organization, if the MD or any other person telling illegal thing, you must have a capability to say, no, according to this at this section, according to this judgment, it is illegal. Right? Well, once you do the level of diploma, the organization of where you worked, they know you may have a higher reputation than the present. Because they have a feeling he has done this person did the level of diploma. He may have better knowledge now. Now show it in practically that you are having a better knowledge. Not in certificates. Not in certificates. In practically show you are now advanced with the knowledge. Right? If so, you can win. That's the first point. Second point, if you want to go, if you are going to give the evidence, appear in labor department in front of the labor officer, show that you are capable with the labor law. Great advantage for me. If you are, the second point. Third point, if you are in the labor tribunal giving evidence, show to the judge you are capable, you are fully equipped with the labor law in the labor tribunal. Fourth, in the exam. Some people who are coming here to learn the law, labor law, and their first target is the exam. Wrong. That should be a fourth or fifth one. Huge by labor knowledge. That is why I'm doing this for we'll see this one. Insurance agent. හරි මත්තල සාකච්ඡා කරමු. කියවල ඔළුව පිරෙන. Insurance agent. කවුද කිව්වේ? Employee or not, insurance agent. He's not paying salaries, he's paying commission. You know about the insurance agent? Insurance right? I'm asking whether this person is employee or not. Huh? I'm asking whether he is an employee or not in particular organization.
He's an employer. He's an employer of the company.
Employer? Employee.
Employee of the company.
Right. No කියන කවුරුවත් නැහැ ඒතකොට නේ. කවුරුවත් no කියුවේ නැද්ද? Right. Anyway, I'm also telling his employee. Then we will see the facts. Again, write down the case like this. Telenco Insurance versus Labor. That's all. Two parties. Case number CA 39895. 95 means it's a year. 398 means case number. That's all. ඔන්න ඔක මතක තියාගත්තාම automatic. That's insurance proposals. And insurance policies. Yes, policies. Which belong so is collected from the people as ඒගොල්ලෝ දාපු ටර්ම් නැහැ. ඒක ලීගලයිස් නැහැ. නම් මෙතනට අනුව ඒක පොයින්ට් එකක් වෙනවා කන්සිඩර් කරනවා මෙයා එම්ප්ලොයි. ඒක ලීගලයිස් නැහැ. right?
දැන් ඔයාලා AI ඉන්ෂුරන්ස් කියලා එකක් තියෙනවානේ.
නම් කියන්නේ නැතුව නම් කියන්නේ. ආයතන නම් කියන්නේ මොකක් හරි ඉන්ෂුරන්ස් එකක් තියෙනවා.
ඉන්ෂුරන්ස් කම්පැනි එක. එහෙනම් අපිට පර්මනන්ට් ජොබ් එකක් කරනවා.
permanent.
දැන් පර්මනන්ට් ජොබ් එකක් කරනවා. ඊළඟට තමයි ඒ කම්පැනියෙන් අපිට ඔෆර් එකක් එනවා. අපිට පාර්ට් ටයිම් පුළුවන් ඉන්ෂුරන්ස් ඒජන්ට් කෙනෙක් විදිහට වැඩ කරලා
ඒ කම්පැනි
ඒ කම්පැනි
එනවා. ඔව්. ඔව්.
එකක් එනවා.
ඔව්.
පාර්ට් ටයිම් කෙනෙක් විදිහට වැඩ කරලා අපිට ඉන්ෂුරන්ස් සර්විස් කෙනෙක් විදිහට ඉවන් සේල්ස් අරන් දෙනවා. අපිට කමිෂන් බේස් එකක් තමයි යන්නේ.
ඔව්.
එතකොට අපි එතනදී ඒගොල්ලන්ගේ වැඩ කරන පාර්ට් ටයිම් කෙනෙක් විදිහට.
ඔව්.
working the company.
ඔව්.
ඒකදොර අපි ඒගොල්ලන් අපේ කම්පැනි එකකට නෙමෙයි ගන්න.
ඔව්.
ඒක ප්‍රශ්නයක් නෑ.
කිසිම ප්‍රශ්නයක් නැහැ. ඉතින් ඕක මෙහෙමනේ. ඕක උදාහරණයක් වශයෙන් කියනවා නම් උදාහරණ වෙන එකක් කියන්න. same employer දැන් ගෙදරට දාලා බලන්න ඕක. මම ඒක කියන්නේ. Same employer with the permission of the employer doing another thing for the company. Right? For the extra thing, you may get some commission or whatever it is. Because one employee cannot have two employment in the same time. One employee cannot have two employment in the same time. Right? Now, in the situation, only one employer, only one employee, daytime you are doing a permanent job. So, part-time, you are not trying to compete it for this person. That means conflict of interest එකට අහු වෙන්නෙත් නැහැ. Right? With the permission of the employer, you do actually you do OT. Right? And you are getting something, but in that situation, your permanent employment is there. It is contract of employment. This is not come to the contract of employment. It's an additional thing because one employee cannot have two employment in the same manner. ඕක ගොඩක් අය කරනවනේ. And it is clearly says this person not engage himself directly. Right? දැන් මේකේ මේ 2 years කතාවක් දාලා තියෙනවා. ඒක මෙතනට point එකක් විදිහට ගත්තා මිසක again it is not the legalized thing. It says after resign from this company 2 years time you can't have a same business. ඒක legalized නෑ. අපි එදා ඉගෙන ගත්තනේ. නමුත් මෙතන ඒක point එකක් විදිහට අරන් තියෙනවා. එකක් එක්වන් කරන්න මම ඊළාට පෙන්වන්න හදන්නේ later මේ ඔක්කොම පරණේවනේ 95 96 මම පෙන්වන්න හදන්නේ මේ මෑත් එකක් මේ insurance according to the instruction of the company and profit. Always they try to maximize the profit for the company, not for the insurance takes insured people. Right? And integrated test. He's an integrated part of the company. That is why he's there. මේගොල්ලෝ වැඩිපුර ඉන්ෂුරන්ස් විකුණන්න කම්පැනි එකට හොඳයි. That means he is an integrated part. All 3 tests positive. Then if you put multiple tests, it's also positive. What is that?
What kind of you're going to ask, like, say that justify the answer insurance agency for employee, justify the answer, right?
What good
Very good.
What do you want to do? What do you
He worked for 2 years as a motor assessor. Right? Now, he was terminated and he made the complaint to application to labor tribunal and asked for the request for the restatement with back wages and also compensation. But case එක ලියා ගන්න මේ විදියට මේකේ තියෙනවා මෙහෙම ලියා ගන්න ඕන නෑ. Right? මේවයි photocopy screenshot නෙවෙයි වටින්නේ. මම මේ දැන් කියා දෙන විදිහට ලියා ගන්න facts ටික ඔළුවේ තියාගන්න. 2001 join. 2003 terminated. ඔච්චරයි. ප්‍රස්පරාගේ තියෙන. Right? What the corporation argument? He is an independent contractor, like Sunita. He is the independent contractor, supplying foods for the company, right? The company argument is, this person not an employee, independent contractor. If the company argument accepted by the courts, what happened to this person? No cover from the labor law. There is no contract of service. Contract of service එක ගන්න. ඒ නැති වෙච්ච ගමන් මේ ටික නැති වෙනවා. ඒක නැති වෙච්ච ගමන් මේ ටික නැති වෙනවා. ඒ කියන්නේ LT කේස් එකක් නැහැ. දැන් ඔන්න මම මෙතනින් මෙතනට ඇවිල්ලා කියන්නම් තව දෙයක්. මොකක්ද? මම කිව්වනේ බෝලේ මෙහිම කපුවොත් ලෙග් එකට ගැපෙනවා. මෙහිම කපුවොත් ටෝස් එකට ගැපෙනවා. ඒ කියන්නේ බෝලේ රවුන්ඩ් දෙපැත්තට කපන්න පුළුවන් කියන්නේ. right? මේක ඉතින් හිතාගන්න. මොකද? කොයි පැත්තටද කපන්න කියන්නේ? අවශ්‍යතාවය අනුව. right? දැන් මේක ගැලවුවයි කියන්නේ ලයින් එක විතරයි. අර ට්‍රිප් එක ඔෆ් කරාම පැත්තක් ඔෆ් වෙන ලයිට් එක. අන්න ඒ වගේ. අපි දැනගන්න ඕන හරි ට්‍රිප් එක ඔෆ් කරලා දාන්න. කරගම ලයින් එක ඉවරයි. අපිට ඒක ලයිට් ඕන් නම් ඕන් කරනවත් දැනගන්න ඕන. ඒක තමයි කිව්වේ බෝලේ වමටත් කැපෙනවා දකුණටත් කැපෙනවා කියලා. right? අපේ theory එක අරගන්න. theory එක මොකද්ද? If there is a contract of service liable for employer under the contract of employment. එහෙනම් අපි ඔප්පු කරොත් there is no contract of employment කියලා ලයින් එකම සුද්ධයි. No case. No case in the LT. Right? That is the point he is coming. Right? He is an independent contractor, not an employee. Right? But what happened in the LT? Labor Tribunal. Then make an argument දෙක ලියා ගන්න. Employee says employee is asking, employee says he's an employee, right? What short form ලියන්න ඕන? එහෙම බෙදා ගන්න කොටුව. Right? Employee says like that. Employer says like that. Employee says he's an employee. Therefore, asking, reinstate, back wages, compensation. Employer says independent contractor, එච්චරයි. Not an employee. If the employer's argument accepted by the court, there is no case. Try to write your own words. Don't copy my words. Take it to mind. මෙතනට දාලා මෙහෙන් ගන්න එළියට. අරන් ලියන්න. Your own wordings. අර්ථය ඔළුවට ගත්තා. අර්ථයට අනුව ඔයාලගේ වචන එළියට ගන්න. ඒතර තමයි මේක ඔළුවට වදින්නේ. නැත්තම් නිකන් අර තව එක්කෙනෙක් ඉන්නනේ උසාවි. කවුද? ස්ටෙනෝ. ජජ් කියන්නේ අපි කියන දරපඩ බ්‍රාස් කාලා ගහනවා. එයා දන්නේ නැහැ මොන මල් පොලක් කිව්වද කියලා. එයා කරන්නේ කනට ඇහෙන එක ගහනවා. ඔයගොල්ලෝ කනට ඇහෙන එක ලියනවා. දෙකම වැරදි. මොකද එතන මෙහෙන් මෙහෙට යනවා විතරයිනේ මෙහෙ යන්නේ නැහැ. right? ඒක කරන්න එපා. අන්තිමට ස්ටෝනෝගෙන් අහන්නකෝ ලේබල් එක ගැන මොකුත් මෙලෝදියක් දන්නේ. එයාට වැඩකුත් නැහැ. එයාට අවශ්‍යත් නැහැ. Then what happened from the LT, Labor Tribunal? They have not, the LT not accepted the argument of the employer, and LT said, yes, there was a employee-employee relationship. It's terminated. There's a termination. So pay the compensation. Right? අපිට වැඩක් නැහැ මේකේ amount එක. Right? LT judgment එක මොකක්ද? Compensation. That means employee win. Appeal to High Court. Right? What happened from the High Court? Affirm the LT order. Employee දිනුවා. Then company appeal to Supreme Court. Yeah, the thing is this, in this level of matters, it comes to here. This power goes to here. Provincial High Court acting in this power. That is why straight away it goes to Supreme Court. So this is the important thing. Please read that. It is interesting to note that the third paragraph of this letter enrolling him as there's a letter issued for him now, right? How to do the accessory work. It says, please note, in the execution of your duties as a motor assessor, you are expected to safeguard the interest of the corporation of all time. Mono test එක positive වෙන්න. Mono test එකද positive වෙන්න. කොහොමත් මේකෙදි positive. ඊට එහා ගිහින් economic really test එක මොකද? Expected to safeguard the interest of the corporation. මොකද්ද corporation interest එක? ලාභ ලබන්නද ලාභ ලබන්නද? ලාභ ලබන්න. ඒ කියන්නේ economic really test එක completely positive. මේ ඔක්කොම ලියන්න ඕනේ නැහැ.
Sir,
Yes, Ahmed.
sir, why this LT case went to magistrate court initially?
No, not to magistrate court. Who said?
In the board you have marked LTMC DC.
Uh-huh.
The board, the whiteboard.
We can't hear you, Ahmed. Uh-huh.
In the whiteboard you have marked LT to magistrate court, then to DC, then to high court, then to court.
No. I marked the court hierarchy, right? From LT to HC. It is not MC, Ahmed.
If
Maybe
the
my writing may be not good. It is not letter M. It is H.
that's so.
You are referring this letter
No, down.
down. So
Yeah.
this LT, not to MC. This LT
Okay.
from
Any
LT.
matter, if the LT matter fails, you have to straight away go to high court, no civil appellate. Appeals.
Yes, Ahmed. Now it is different between MC and the DC, MC and LT. If it is from DC, you appeal to the civil appellate.
Yeah.
That's the high court for DC.
Yeah.
Right? In case of MC, you appeal to criminal high court.
Yeah.
Right? Even LT matters goes to criminal high court, not the civil appellate.
The LT matter is not a civil, it's a criminal one.
LT is not the criminal one.
It's a civil case.
The LT is, comes under labor law.
Labor
But
law.
according to the court system in our Sri Lanka, there is no labor high court. Therefore, it goes to criminal high court. But don't misunderstand. LT is not the criminal matter. It's a labor matter. But anyway, in case of affiliate, it goes to criminal high court.
So we have one high court, no, so only criminal high court. No,
Yes.
there is no civil high court, no.
In case of high court, there are two high courts. One is civil affiliate, civil high court. Another one is criminal high court.
That is for the appeal or the appellate court, no? Civil appellate, criminal appellate,
Civil appellate for what?
civil
Appeal-
matters
Appeal what?
from the DC,
DC. And criminal high court for what?
from MC.
Appeal to MC. LT matters goes to criminal high court.
Ah,
You are addressing as civil appellate mean it's a civil appeal court.
yeah.
Where the
Two divisions, no, in the high court. You have two divisions.
two division where DC matters appeal in civil appellate and the MC matters goes to criminal high court. LT matters also goes to criminal high court. But don't misunderstand, LT matters is not comes under criminal law. It comes under labor law.
Civil, yeah.
Okay?
Anyway, it's a low level court, not tribunal.
LT.
Yeah.
It's
Low level court.
a tribunal. But the chairman appointed by the JC.
You have chairman, no, in the LT.
Chairman, he addressed as chairman as an additional magistrate.
So, do you need to be a lawyer to appear in the LT? No need, no. Anyone, if you have conversant with the labor law, you can appear, no? The labor court.
Normally should be a lawyer or himself, yourself. That means if you are the employee, you can, or agent.
Agent.
Yes, under the Industrial Dispute Act.
You have to be a lawyer to appear in the courts, LT.
Most probably you can see they are lawyers.
I heard that if you have conversant with the labor law, you can appear. If you have a law background.
No. Only thing is any court, if you are capable with the law, you don't need lawyers for any court.
Oh, to appearance in the sense, I'm appearing on behalf of you.
Appearance you can't.
Yes.
Appearance you can't.
But agent need not be a lawyer.
No, he's not a lawyer, but he can appear in an LT if you have a good knowledge in labor law.
What is the name of this case, sir? If you don't mind.
It is Vijay Sundara versus Insurance Corporation. Can you see it?
The first, the top one cannot see. The top.
Now it's okay. Now it's okay.
I can see the Sri Lanka Insurance Corporation of the Vijay Sundara. The name.
It is from the Supreme Court.
This is from the Supreme Court. Okay.
Yeah.
Now okay.
Right. Now the problem is for the Supreme Court whether there is a contract of service or contract for service. That means is an employee or independent contractor. Right? Now, do you have another inputs? Please go through it in your home and listen to me. Otherwise, you are in the big loss. Right? The issue for the Supreme Court is whether this employee under contract of service or contract for service. Right? That means whether he is employee or independent contractor. Right? Then That is what I explained earlier. He can do his duties as a motor assessor for the safeguard of the company, interest of the company. That means he has to look after the two main wordings that you have to grab: safeguard and interest of the company. He has to work, he has to fulfill that two duties, safeguard and the interest. That means, okay, we'll see what the court addressed. He has to fulfill safeguard and the interest of the company. Those are the two important wordings here. As a motor assessor, he has to think about the interest and the safeguard of the employer. Another important thing, if his recommendation against the interest of the corporation, what happened? Right? It is going to be a loss for the company. Right? Not only that, the company reserves the right to terminate him if his recommendation goes against the interest of the company. That means he is bound with the interest of the company. He is bound with the interest of the company.
Sir,
Yes, Ahmed.
yeah, every end of the model we have an exam, right, sir?
Don't think about that. Don't worry about the exams. Get the knowledge. Right?
Yeah.
So having gone through the evidence and the judgment, the High Court, right? I fail to find that analysis was perverse. I hold that the decision are just and equitable. That means High Court and the Labor Tribunal. I answer the question law in favor of the applicant. That means appeal is dismissed. Appeal by the company. That means even from the Supreme Court, accepted the judgment of the LT and High Court. What was the judgment of the LT and the High Court? Why they are paying compensation? That means they accepted the argument of the employee, not the employer.
No, in this case, no. Starting from anything. Because the employer appealed to higher courts twice, employee also had to
Face there.
and the time, the money spent on lawyers, those things cannot be.
No. In that situation, the higher court asked to pay cost of the case. I don't know whether this case given or not. If the employee showing that situation, that's a real situation. It's a as you said, it's a long damage for the applicant, employee, because he won from the Supreme Court, but he lost time and the money. Normally, when the employee asking to consider that, definitely courts consider it. We'll see it from this. And of course, there is no cost. You can say appeal is dismissed, I order no cost. But if the applicant asked, they may be considered.
So what is the meaning of the appeal is dismissed? I order no cost.
That means, Ahmad, that is what we discussed. Now you see, can you loudly say your question? Make a mic it in again.
So it says I order no cost. Why always?
Wait, I'll explain. Now, one question raised from the physical class. I let him to ask the question and then I explain it. Please state it loudly.
Yeah, now, starting from LT, the decision from the courts was that the applicant was right, and therefore he's an employee and he should be awarded the compensation or the reinstatement with that wage.
Yeah, that means he has to stay till the end of the Supreme Court.
Yeah.
From
From LT, so because the company was not in agreement, they appealed to high courts. And even at high court, it was the same decision, still the company went to Supreme Court. So all this time, the employee had to, waste a lot of money and time.
had to suffer.
So had the applicant asked for those damages in terms of cost, the judges would have considered that, but
Of course.
in this case, I think it was not considered.
No, if they, I think from this case they have not requested. If they requested with the correct facts, definitely it may be considered. Order no cost mean, Ahmed,
Yes.
in this matter, no cost. Then I mean the cost for the appellate courts not given to the employee because of the appeal by the employer. Employee has to, as the question raised, employee has to suffer with the money and the time. So if he comes with that points, the court may be consider it, but for this case, order no cost.
So in that case, if an employee he won the case in the appeal,
Yeah,
he given he'll be given the cost, right?
if he made the request and if you could have justify that, he may have a cost for the this appeal
Cost of legal
bodies.
Yeah.
Because he has to, when the employer appeal it, not the employer, any party appeal, the opposition has to face the expensing time and money.
Yes.
But if they won, they can ask for that cost also. They can request. Then it's up to the court to decide. Okay, now really today I want to teach you that what is contract of service and what is contract for service and what is the difference with the theory law and the case law. Anything you want to clarify? All online and the physical. Of course, online I can hear only Ahmed voice. Now, what is the time, Ahmed?
Now 10 o'clock morning.
Still not lunch.
Not lunch.
We had our lunch also. we are looking for the dinner.
Dinner.
Not now. Later on, another 2-3 hours.
During winter, the daylight is more.
I see.
Daylight is less. During summer, the daylight is more.
Now it is summer.
Now this we are going to reach summer. We are in the winter stage now.
Okay. If there's no question, I'm going to conclude the session. If there's a question, I am ready to answer.
There are about 50 on the debated batch when it comes to
Around.
around. There are a list of that so that you can get it from the Nora bit of
There's no list like that. While you go through this diploma, definitely you will touch it. Up to now, I can say Industrial Dispute Act. You can write down Industrial Dispute Act, Termination Act. Up to now, I have explained those two acts, some points. Industrial Dispute Act, Termination Act, EPF Act, ETF and gratuity, Shop and Office, Wages Board. Try to collect these things. There are some acts also. So up to now, try to go collect these things and try to go through it. Right? Okay. Any question? No. Then I'm going to conclude session.
Okay, sir.